The Journals of a Man Who Quietly Disappeared. Part 1. The apartment where time moved differently. The apartment was on the third floor of a building that had stood there longer than anyone could remember. It faced east, which meant morning light came through the window around 7, sometimes earlier in summer, sometimes later in winter. The man who lived there had stopped noticing the difference. His name was Martin Kress, though he rarely heard it spoken aloud anymore. The mailbox downstairs still had a label with his name on it, printed years ago on a label maker he no longer owned. Bills arrived. Circulars arrived. Sometimes a package would appear outside his door. Things he had ordered online late at night, when sleep wouldn't come and the blue glow of the screen felt like the only presence in the room. He woke each morning to the same ceiling. White paint, a crack that branched like a river delta near the corner where the wall met the ceiling. He had meant to fix it once. There had been a time when he noticed such things, when imperfections demanded attention. Now the crack was simply there, unchanged, a fixture more permanent than most of his possessions. The alarm on his phone went off at 6:45. He would reach for it without opening his eyes fully, muscle memory guiding his hand to the nightstand. The snooze button gave him 9 more minutes. He always took those 9 minutes, lying there in the gray light that preceded the sun, listening to the building wake up around him. Footsteps above, water running through pipes in the walls, a door closing somewhere down the hallway. At 6:54, the alarm would sound again. This time he would sit up, placing his feet on the floor. The floorboards were cold in winter, pleasantly cool in summer, rarely anywhere in between. He kept slippers beside the bed, but often forgot to wear them, walking barefoot to the bathroom where the tile was even colder. The bathroom mirror showed him the same face each morning, perhaps a bit more tired, perhaps a bit less convinced of anything in particular. He would brush his teeth for 2 minutes, the electric toothbrush timing itself, vibrating against his hand. When it stopped, he would spit, rinse, and look at himself one more time before turning away. Breakfast was simple. Toast, usually. Sometimes oatmeal, if he remembered to buy it. Coffee from a machine that gurgled and hissed, producing something that tasted like coffee enough to serve its purpose. He would sit at the small table by the window, looking down at the street below. People walked by at predictable times. The woman in the blue coat passed at 7:15 most mornings, walking a small dog that stopped to sniff every third tree. The man in the running clothes came by around 7:20, his breath visible in cold weather, his face red with exertion. Cars moved through the intersection at the end of the block, stopping and starting with the rhythm of the traffic light. Martin would watch them until his coffee grew lukewarm. Then he would wash the cup, leave it in the dish rack to dry, and prepare for the day. His work was done from home. It had been this way for 3 years, or perhaps 4. Time had a way of compressing, of losing its individual characteristics. One year felt very much like another. He sat at a desk in the corner of his living room, a laptop open before him, documents and spreadsheets filling the screen. The work was technical, detailed, somewhat important to people he had never met and likely never would. He processed information, verified numbers, formatted reports. The tasks came through email. The completed work went back the same way. Meetings happened through video calls. He would turn on his camera when required, making sure the background was presentable. A bookshelf showed behind him, filled with books he had arranged by size rather than subject. No one ever asked about them. Mostly, he kept his camera off, his microphone muted except when he needed to confirm something or provide a brief update. The people on these calls existed in small rectangles on his screen. Sometimes he tried to imagine their lives, their homes, the rooms just outside the frame. But the imagination faltered. They remained rectangles, voices without context, names attached to email addresses. Lunch arrived around noon, though he rarely felt hungry. Eating had become something scheduled rather than something desired. A sandwich, leftover pasta. Sometimes he would order delivery, watching the app track the driver's progress through the streets, a small dot moving toward his location. When the doorbell rang, he would go downstairs, accept the bag with a quiet thank you, and return to his apartment. Afternoons were longer than mornings. The light changed, moving across the room as the sun traveled. His desk would be in shadow by 3, requiring him to turn on the lamp. The glow felt artificial, insufficient, but it served its purpose. He continued working, continued processing, continued moving information from one format to another. At 5:30, he would close the laptop. The sudden absence of the screen's light left the room dimmer than it had been. He would sit there for a moment, hands resting on the closed computer, feeling the warmth it had generated. Then he would stand and begin the evening. Dinner required more effort than other meals. He would cook, following recipes he had learned years ago or finding new ones online. The process was meditative. Chopping vegetables, heating oil in a pan, watching things transform with heat and time. He would eat at the same small table, sometimes with music playing softly from his phone, sometimes in silence. After dinner came the hours that stretched the longest. He would wash dishes, moving through the task slowly, methodically. Then the apartment would be clean, and there would be nothing that needed doing. He might read. He might watch something on his laptop. Shows that continued for season after season, stories that never quite resolved. He might simply sit, looking out the window at the street below, now dark, now populated by different people moving through different routines. Sleep came eventually, though not always easily. He would lie in bed, the room dark except for the ambient light from the city that never fully disappeared. Traffic sounds filtered through the window. Voices sometimes, people passing on the sidewalk below. Their conversations fragments that faded before coherence emerged. He thought about many things in those moments before sleep. Old conversations, decisions made or not made, people who had once been present and were no longer. The thoughts would drift, losing focus, blending into something that might have been dreams or might have been the mind simply unraveling its accumulated threads. Morning would come again. The ceiling would be there, the crack branching like a river. The alarm at 6:45. The days were very much alike. He had stopped marking them individually, stopped noting the progression from Monday to Friday, from weekend to weekday. The calendar on his phone kept track of such things, sending reminders for the few appointments that required his attention. A video call scheduled for Tuesday. A bill due on the 15th. Small anchors in time that prevented complete drift, but did nothing to distinguish one day from another in any meaningful way. Sometimes he wondered when this had started, this feeling of repetition, of moving through motions that had lost their connection to purpose. There had been a time before, he was certain. A time when days felt different from each other, when plans extended into the future with clarity, when other people were not just voices through speakers, but physical presences that required navigation and response. But that time seemed distant now, separated from the present by a gap he could not quite measure. It had not happened suddenly. There had been no single moment of transformation. Instead, it had been gradual, a slow recession like tide pulling away from shore, so gentle that noticing required standing still long enough to see how far the water had withdrawn. He did stand still. That was perhaps the defining characteristic of his days now. Standing still while time moved, while the light changed, while the seasons cycled through their predictable patterns. Winter brought early darkness and frost on the window. Spring brought rain and the gradual warming that made his walks slightly more pleasant. Summer brought heat that made the apartment uncomfortable, requiring a fan that oscillated in the corner. Fall brought the dying of things, leaves changing color outside his window, the air taking on a sharpness that hinted at winter's return. Through all of it, the apartment remained. The crack in the ceiling, the floorboards, the small table, the desk in the corner. These things were constant, unchanging, reliable in their permanence. Martin himself felt less constant. Looking in the mirror, he would sometimes notice that he appeared different, though he could not articulate how. Perhaps thinner, perhaps grayer, perhaps simply more transparent, as if he were gradually fading into the background of his own life. He had friends once, people who called, who made plans, who showed up at doors expecting welcome. The phone still held their names and numbers, entries in a contact list that scrolled past whenever he searched for something else. He would see them there, these remnants of connection, and feel a vague sense that he should reach out, should initiate contact, should attempt to bridge the gap that had widened. But the effort required seemed immense. What would he say? How would he explain the absence, the silence, the gradual withdrawal? It was easier to let it remain, to accept the distance as a natural evolution, to imagine that they too had moved on, had filled the space he once occupied with other people, other concerns. There was one number he looked at more than others. Sarah. They had been close once, though the exact nature of that closeness had blurred in memory. Friends certainly, perhaps more. There had been conversations that lasted hours, plans that extended months ahead, a sense of mutual understanding that required little explanation. He had not spoken to her in over a year, perhaps longer. Time made such measurements difficult. The last message in their thread was from her, asking if he was all right, if he wanted to meet for coffee. He had read it, had intended to respond, had waited until responding felt too delayed to be anything but awkward. The message remained there, unanswered, a small monument to inaction. Sometimes he would type a reply. Sorry for the delay. I'm Phoenix. Coffee sounds good, but he never sent it. The words felt hollow, insufficient, less like communication and more like performance. He would delete them and close the phone and return to whatever task had been occupying him. The apartment collected things slowly. Mail that went unopened, packages that arrived and were set aside, dust that accumulated despite his occasional efforts at cleaning. Objects that had once served purposes but now simply occupied space. A coffee maker that no longer worked but that he had not thrown away. Books he had bought intending to read but that remained on the shelf, their spines uncracked. A coat hanging by the door that he had worn years ago but that no longer fit quite right. He thought about cleaning sometimes, about purging the accumulated excess, creating space that felt intentional rather than accidental. But the thought never quite translated to action. The things remained. The apartment slowly filled with the evidence of time passing. Part 2. The building that breathed its own rhythm. The building had 12 apartments spread across 4 floors. Martin knew this not from exploration, but from the mailboxes in the lobby, each labeled with a number and occasionally a name. Some names had been there as long as he had. Others changed, new labels appearing over old ones, evidence of tenants who came and went. He rarely saw his neighbors. The building's design discouraged interaction. Each floor had 3 apartments, their doors spaced far enough apart that sounds rarely traveled between them. The hallway was narrow, dimly lit by fixtures that buzzed faintly and cast a yellowish glow that made everything look older than it was. Mrs. Alvarez lived in 3B, directly across the hall. He knew her name from her mailbox and from the occasional piece of mail that was delivered to his door by mistake. She was elderly, he thought, though he had only seen her a handful of times. She moved slowly with a cane that tapped against the floor. Once he had held the building's front door for her as she carried groceries. She had thanked him in a voice that was quiet and accented, and he had nodded and continued to his apartment. In 3C lived someone he had never seen. The apartment seemed occupied. Mail disappeared from the mailbox. Sounds occasionally emerged from behind the door, but the tenant remained invisible. He had invented a story for them once, during a particularly long evening when sleep would not come. They were a night worker, he decided. Someone who left when others slept and returned when the building was quiet. Or perhaps they were like him, preferring to avoid the randomness of encounters, timing their exits and entries to minimize contact. The building itself made sounds, at night especially, when the ambient noise of the city diminished. He could hear it settling, creaks and groans, the expansion and contraction of materials responding to temperature changes. Pipes clanged when someone ran water. The elevator, old and slow, hummed as it traveled between floors, though Martin always took the stairs. There was a basement. He had been down there once, shortly after moving in, following signs to a storage area where tenants could keep belongings that did not fit in their apartments. The space was dark, divided into caged sections, each secured with a padlock. He had been assigned a section, but had never used it. The basement felt too separate from the life he knew, too removed from the careful containment of the apartment. Things stored there might as well have ceased to exist. The landlord was a man named Richard Moss, though Martin had only met him twice. Once when signing the lease, and once when a pipe had burst in the apartment above, sending water through the ceiling. Richard had arrived with tools and apologies, fixing the problem efficiently while making small talk that Martin had answered minimally. Rent was paid automatically through a bank transfer. Maintenance requests were submitted through an online portal. There was no need for further contact. Weather changed things slightly. Rain made the building smell different, a mustiness that suggested water was getting in somewhere, settling into walls or foundations. Snow meant the front steps became slippery, requiring careful navigation. Heat waves made the hallways stifling, the air thick and still. But inside the apartment, with the windows closed and the fan running, these changes remained distant, observable but not intrusive. Martin's routine absorbed the building's rhythm without conscious effort. He learned when the person above him woke, their footsteps crossing the ceiling at predictable times. He learned when Mrs. Alvarez watched television, the muffled sound of voices and music filtering through the wall in the evenings. He learned when the building was most quiet, usually between 2 and 5 in the morning, when even the traffic outside diminished to occasional cars passing like irregular heartbeats. He walked sometimes, late at night, unable to sleep. He would dress and leave the apartment, moving through the silent hallway to the stairs, descending to the lobby where the lights were dimmed to a minimum. The front door required a key to exit after 10, a security measure that felt unnecessary, but that he complied with regardless. Outside, the city changed. The streets that were crowded during the day became emptier, populated by different people with different purposes. Someone walking a dog, someone sitting on a bench, hunched over a phone, someone standing in a doorway, smoking, watching the empty street with an expression Martin could not read. He would walk without destination, following streets he knew, occasionally turning down ones he did not. The buildings all looked similar in the dark, their windows mostly unlit, their facades reduced to shadows and shapes. Sometimes a window would glow, evidence of someone else awake, someone else unable or unwilling to sleep. He would look up at those windows and wonder about the people behind them, but the wondering never lasted long. They were strangers, as disconnected from his life as he was from theirs. The walks never lasted more than an hour. Eventually, he would feel the pull to return, to be back in the familiar space where things were known and arranged according to his preferences. He would retrace his steps, using landmarks he barely remembered noticing on the way out. The building would appear, solid and unchanged, waiting. Climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor, he would feel a kind of relief. The hallway. The door with the number 3 and the letter A, the key turning in the lock, the darkness inside that he would dispel with a light switch. The apartment would receive him without comment. The crack in the ceiling, the furniture in its places, the silence that was different from the silence outside, more complete, more his own. He would return to bed, lying there in the dark, feeling the exhaustion from the walk settle into his muscles. Sleep would come more easily then, a heaviness that pulled him down into unconsciousness without the usual resistance. Morning would arrive with the alarm. The routine would resume. Coffee and toast. The view from the window. The laptop opening. The work beginning. Days accumulated. Weeks. Months perhaps. He did not count them. The calendar marked time, but time itself felt less marked, less differentiated. Winter became spring, became summer, became fall, became winter again. The cycle was observable, but not meaningful. Changes in weather rather than changes in circumstance. He noticed one day that he had not left the building in over a week. The realization came while standing at the window, watching the woman with the blue coat walk past with her dog. He tried to remember the last time he had gone outside during daylight hours and could not. The walks at night did not count. Somehow, they were too removed from the ordinary flow of life to register as participation in it. The thought troubled him briefly. Should he go out? Was there somewhere he needed to be? But no obligations presented themselves. The groceries could be delivered. The work required only the laptop. The apartment contained everything necessary for continuation. He remained inside. The building breathed around him. Sounds and silences. Light changing in the hallway as the day progressed. The elevator humming occasionally, though no longer stopping at his floor. He had not seen Mrs. Alvarez recently. He wondered if she still lived across the hall or if she had moved, another name replaced on another mailbox. Sometimes he stood at his door listening. He would hear nothing for long stretches, and then suddenly a sound would emerge. A cough, a phone ringing, a voice speaking words he could not distinguish. Evidence of other lives happening in proximity to his own, but never intersecting parallel lines that maintained their distance. He thought about knocking on Mrs. Alvarez's door, just to check, just to confirm. But what would he say if she answered? What reason could he give for the interruption? The uncertainty kept him in his apartment, kept the thought from becoming action. The building continued its rhythm regardless of his participation or lack thereof. It did not need him to observe its patterns to maintain them. It existed independently, a structure that would stand whether he was there or not, whether he noticed or not. This was somehow comforting. The building's indifference to his presence made his presence less necessary, less burdened with expectation. He could be there or not be there, and the building would continue. The pipes would still clang. The elevator would still hum. Mrs. Alvarez would still watch television if she was still there. Time moved through the building like water through pipes, flowing past without pause, without accumulation. Days were not stored or saved. They simply passed, leaving behind only the faintest evidence of their passage. Martin moved with them, or perhaps did not move at all while they flowed around him. It was difficult to tell the difference. Part 3. The groceries that arrived on Tuesdays. The delivery service had a schedule. Tuesdays at 4 in the afternoon, with a margin of variation that rarely exceeded 15 minutes. Martin would place the order online Monday evening, selecting items from a list he had saved. Bread, milk, eggs, coffee, pasta, sauce, vegetables that required minimal preparation, fruit that would last the week without attention. The app would confirm the order. Tuesday morning would bring a notification that the items were being gathered. By noon, another notification, out for delivery. By 3:45, he would be listening for the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the knock on the door that was always two sharp raps followed by a pause. He would answer, opening the door to find paper bags on the floor, the delivery person already descending the stairs. They never waited. The app required a signature, but the signature was virtual, completed before the delivery arrived. The interaction required no actual interaction. Martin would carry the bags inside, unpacking them on the kitchen counter. The items were always correct, or nearly so. Substitutions happened occasionally. A different brand of pasta, a slightly smaller carton of milk, but these variations were noted on the receipt and accepted without complaint. The food served its purpose regardless of brand. He would put things away methodically. Perishables in the refrigerator, organized by type. Dry goods in the cabinet, aligned so labels face forward. The bags would be folded and stored beneath the sink, joining the collection of previous bags that he intended to reuse but rarely did. This process took perhaps 15 minutes. When finished, the kitchen would look exactly as it had before, except the food was fresh, the supplies replenished. The cycle would begin again. He had stopped going to grocery stores years ago. The transition had been gradual. First, it was convenience, saving time by having items delivered. Then it became preference, avoiding the crowds and the fluorescent lights and the choices that seemed to multiply each visit. Finally, it became habit, then necessity, then the only way he could imagine doing things. The thought of entering a grocery store now produced a low-level anxiety that he did not fully understand. The aisle stretching too far. The other shoppers with their carts and their lists and their conversations. The checkout process requiring interaction with a cashier who might ask how he was, might comment on the weather, might expect some kind of response beyond the transaction itself. The delivery service eliminated all of this. He ordered. The food arrived. He paid through the app. No conversation required. No eye contact. No navigation of spaces designed to maximize exposure to products he did not need. Tuesday afternoons, after the delivery, felt slightly different from other times. There was a sense of completion, of having accomplished something, even if the accomplishment was merely clicking buttons on a screen. The refrigerator was full. The cabinets were stocked. The week stretched ahead with the assurance that he would not run out of coffee or bread or eggs. He would often cook something more elaborate on Tuesday evenings, using the fresh vegetables, trying a new recipe, or revisiting an old favorite. The act of cooking required focus, a sequence of steps that demanded attention and prevented thought from wandering too far in directions that were less productive. chopping an onion. The sound of the knife against the cutting board. The smell that made his eyes water. Oil heating in the pan, shimmering when it reached the right temperature. The onion going in, the immediate sizzle, the gradual softening as heat and time transformed it. These processes were reliable. Given the same ingredients and the same technique, the results were predictable. This was satisfying in a way that other aspects of life were not. Cooking had rules, but the rules were understandable, followable, subject to minor variation that produced minor differences rather than chaos. He would eat the meals slowly, sitting at the small table, sometimes reading on his phone, sometimes simply chewing and swallowing and feeling the food settle inside him. The act of eating was mechanical but not unpleasant. It filled time. It filled the body's requirements. It created a pause in the day's movement, a moment when nothing else was expected. Dishes afterward, water running in the sink, soap and sponge. The simple satisfaction of making something dirty become clean. He would wash each item carefully, placing it in a rack to dry. By the time the last dish was washed, the first would be dry enough to put away, but he always left them overnight. Morning would find them completely dry, and he would return them to their places before making breakfast. The groceries sustained him through the week. By Monday evening, certain items would be depleted. The bread would be down to the last few slices. The milk would be low. Eggs would number fewer than 3. This depletion would trigger the process again. Opening the app, reviewing the saved list, making adjustments, placing the order. The cycle was predictable, contained, manageable. It required no planning beyond selecting items from a list. It required no social navigation beyond the silent acceptance of bags left outside a door. It fit seamlessly into the routine that Martin's life had become. It was sustainable. It was sufficient. It required minimal effort and produced minimal disruption. These qualities had become primary in his evaluation of how to move through the world. Minimize effort, minimize disruption, sustain the routine that sustained him. Tuesday afternoons, standing in the kitchen, putting away groceries, Martin would sometimes pause and look around the apartment. The familiar walls, the familiar furniture, the familiar light coming through the window. Everything in its place, everything as it should be. He would feel something then, a sensation difficult to name. Not quite contentment, not quite resignation. Something between them, a recognition that this was his life now, that these were the parameters within which he existed, that the boundaries had been drawn and he had accepted them. The moment would pass. He would finish putting away the groceries. He would prepare dinner. He would wash dishes. He would move through the evening and into night and eventually into sleep. And Tuesday would recede into the week's collection of days, indistinguishable from the others except for the brief interruption of delivered food, the temporary fullness of the refrigerator, the knowledge that another week had begun. Part 4. The messages he no longer opened. The phone sat on the nightstand, charging overnight, its screen dark except when notifications arrived. They came at all hours. Messages from group chats he had muted but never left. Emails about sales and services and subscriptions he did not remember signing up for. News alerts about events happening in places that felt increasingly abstract. In the beginning, he had read them all. He had responded to messages, engaged with emails, stayed informed about the world's unfolding. But gradually the effort required began to outweigh the value received. Conversations in group chats moved too quickly, referencing things he had not seen, building on jokes he did not understand. Emails multiplied faster than he could process them. News became a stream of information too vast to contain, too varied to synthesize into coherence. He started ignoring notifications. First the unimportant ones, then the less important ones, then eventually most of them. The phone would light up, display a preview of a message, and he would glance at it and return his attention to whatever had been occupying him. The notification would remain, a small number in a red circle on the app's icon, indicating unread items. The numbers grew. 20 unread messages. 50. 100. The apps all had these counters, these accumulations of attention debt. He could have cleared them easily. Mark all as read, a simple function available in every app. But doing so felt like erasure, like pretending the messages had never arrived, and that seemed dishonest somehow, even if reading them also did not happen. Sarah's name appeared in the notifications sometimes. The preview would show the first line of her message. Hey, just checking in. Or saw something that reminded me of you. Or are you around this weekend? He would read the preview and feel a small contraction in his chest, a physical response to her name, to the evidence of her continued existence and her continued attempts at contact. He would intend to open the message, to read it fully, to respond. But intention did not translate to action. The phone would go dark. The notification would remain. The counter next to her conversation thread grew slowly. 3 unread messages, then 5, then 8. Each number represented a moment when she had thought of him, had composed words, had sent them into the digital space between them, expecting some kind of return. The lack of return did not stop her immediately. The messages continued for a while, their frequency gradually decreasing, the tone shifting from casual to concern to something that might have been resignation. The last message from her had arrived 6 weeks ago. He knew this because he had looked at the date stamp in the preview, had calculated the time that had passed. The message said, I hope you're okay. I'm here if you need anything. He had not responded. 6 weeks had become too long. Responding now would require explanation, would open a door he had worked to close, would invite complication back into the careful simplicity he had constructed. Other names appeared in notifications as well. Michael, who had been a close friend in college. Jennifer, a former co-worker who had suggested meeting for lunch several times before the suggestion stopped. His brother David, whose messages came less frequently but with more weight, asking direct questions. Can you call me? Or, we need to talk about Mom. Martin had not called David. The thought of his mother produced a complicated tangle of feelings that he was not equipped to address. She was alive, as far as he knew, living in a city several hours away, probably wondering why her son never called, probably hurt by the silence, but perhaps also familiar with it by now. He had not spoken to her in over a year. Before that, the calls had been dutiful, scheduled, brief conversations about weather and health and little else. The guilt about this lived somewhere in the background of his awareness, a constant low hum that never quite demanded full attention but never fully disappeared. He knew he should call. He knew he should respond to David. He knew the silence was causing harm, creating distances that would become harder to bridge with each passing week. But knowing did not translate to doing. The gap between knowledge and action had widened to the point where it felt unbridgeable. To call now would be to confront the silence, to explain it, to defend, or apologize for it. The energy required seemed immense, impossible to summon. So the messages accumulated. The red circles with their growing numbers. The names in his notification preview. The evidence of a world that still occasionally reached toward him, though the reaching had become less frequent, less insistent. He thought about turning off notifications entirely. The phone could be set to silent mode permanently, the screen dark unless he deliberately woke it. This would eliminate the interruptions, the brief moments when someone else's attempt at contact would intrude into his carefully maintained isolation. But he did not change the settings. Having the notifications arrive, even if he did not respond to them, felt like maintaining some thin connection to the world outside his apartment. The messages were evidence that he had not disappeared entirely, that people still thought of him occasionally, that his existence registered somewhere beyond his own awareness of it. Late at night, when sleep would not come, he would sometimes open the messaging app. He would scroll through the conversations, reading the previews, seeing the dates march backward through time. Recent messages from Sarah, older messages from Michael, ancient messages from people whose names he barely recognized now. Conversations that had happened in what felt like another life. He would select a conversation, sometimes would read through it, following the back and forth of words exchanged when exchange had still felt natural. The person he had been in those conversations seemed like a stranger. That person had things to say. That person asked questions. That person made plans that extended into the future with confidence. Martin did not know when he had stopped being that person. The transformation had been so gradual that identifying a specific moment was impossible. It was like trying to pinpoint when day became night. There was a transition period where both existed simultaneously, and by the time he noticed, the change had already completed. He would close the app without responding. The conversations would remain frozen at their last exchange. His messages sent months or years ago. Their replies waiting for acknowledgement that would not come. The phone would return to the nightstand. The charging cable would keep it powered, ready for the next notification, the next message he would not open. Morning would come. The alarm would sound. He would reach for the phone to silence it, would see the notifications that had arrived overnight, would place the phone face down on the nightstand and begin his day. The messages continued to arrive, though less frequently now. The algorithms had learned, perhaps, or the people had learned, that sending messages into the void produced no echo. The gaps between attempts at contact grew longer. Days would pass without a new notification from anyone he knew. The only messages were automated ones, systems informing him of things systems thought he should know. This was easier. Systems required nothing. They sent their messages and expected no response. They were like the delivery person who left groceries at his door. A function performing its task, moving on without pause. Martin had become similar. A function within the systems he engaged with. He processed work sent to him through email. He ordered groceries through an app. He paid bills through automated transfers. He existed within these systems as a node, a point where inputs were processed and outputs were produced, but nothing more. The messages he no longer opened were remnants of something else, something that existed before he had fully integrated into the systemic life. They represented people who still thought of him as more than a node, who expected response, engagement, presence. But those expectations felt increasingly foreign, like demands made in a language he had once spoken but could no longer quite remember. The phone sat on the nightstand, dark and silent between notifications, a portal to a world that continued without his participation, that would continue long after his participation had been completely forgotten. And this too was somehow comforting. The world did not need him. His absence changed nothing essential. Life moved forward regardless, and his refusal to engage with it through messages and calls and maintained relationships created no crisis, no emergency, no real consequence beyond the personal. He was learning to live with that, to accept it, to let the messages accumulate unread, the numbers grow unchecked, the connections fade into archives of conversations that had ended without proper endings. Time passed. The phone charged. The notifications arrived and were ignored. And gradually, imperceptibly, the reaching stopped. Part 5. The night when everything stayed the same. The apartment was quiet in the way it always was after midnight. Martin sat at the window, looking down at the street. A car passed, its headlights sweeping across the pavement. Then nothing. Then another car. Then nothing again. He had not slept well for several nights. Or perhaps he had, and the distinction between sleeping and waking had blurred to the point where he could not tell the difference. He would lie in bed, close his eyes, and time would pass. But whether that time had been spent sleeping or simply lying there in darkness with his eyes closed was unclear. Tonight, he had not bothered trying. He had gotten out of bed around 11, had made tea that had since gone cold in the cup beside him, had taken up position at the window to watch the street's emptiness. The woman with the blue coat had not passed in several days. He realized this suddenly, counting backward through mornings, trying to remember the last time he had seen her and her small dog making their predictable journey. The memory would not form. Perhaps she had moved. Perhaps she had changed her route. Perhaps she had stopped walking her dog entirely. The absence felt more noticeable than her presence had ever been. For years, she had been a fixture of his morning routine, as reliable as the coffee maker, as constant as the crack in the ceiling. Now she was gone, and the mornings had a gap in them, a small void where her blue coat and her dog had once appeared. He wondered if anyone had noticed his own absence from the world. If people who had once seen him regularly, though he could not think of who those people might be, had registered that he was no longer visible, no longer present in spaces he used to occupy. Probably not. People adapted quickly to absence. Someone there, then not there, and the mind filled the gap, redistributed attention to things that remained. His absence would have been like the woman in the blue coat's absence. Noticed perhaps for a moment, then incorporated into the new pattern of things. The tea had gone completely cold. He picked up the cup anyway, drank the lukewarm liquid, tasting nothing. The act of drinking was automatic, divorced from pleasure or desire. He drank because the cup was there and the tea was in it. Outside, the street remained empty. The traffic light at the intersection cycled through its colors despite the absence of cars to direct. Red, yellow, green, red again. A rhythm maintained regardless of necessity. He thought about the work he had been doing, the spreadsheets and documents and reports. Had anyone read them? Did they serve some function in a larger system he cannot see? Or were they like his tea, like the traffic light? Actions performed because that was what was done, regardless of whether they mattered. The laptop was closed on his desk. He had finished the day's work hours ago, had submitted everything through the appropriate channels. The next day's work would arrive in the morning, new tasks identical in structure to the previous day's tasks, requiring the same processes, producing the same outputs. He could stop doing it. The thought came clearly, without emotion attached. He could simply not open the laptop tomorrow, not check the email, not process the spreadsheets. What would happen? Probably someone would send a follow-up email, then another, then perhaps a phone call, then perhaps someone higher up would be notified, then perhaps his employment would end, then perhaps the automatic payments from his account would stop, then perhaps eventually the rent would go unpaid and other consequences would follow. But all of that seemed distant, hypothetical. It required a chain of events that would take time to unfold. And in that time, would anything really change? Would he be less present in the world than he already was? The street below showed no signs of life. Not even a person walking. Not even a cat crossing from shadow to shadow. Just the pavement, the parked cars, the buildings with their dark windows. He had not left the apartment in 3 weeks, or possibly longer. The grocery delivery had come and gone. Everything necessary was within these walls. There had been no reason to go outside, no destination that called for his presence. Did people leave their homes without destination, without necessity? Perhaps they did. Perhaps that was what the woman with the blue coat had been doing, walking without purpose beyond the walking itself. The dog an excuse rather than a reason. Martin could not imagine doing that now. Opening the door, descending the stairs, stepping onto the street without knowing where he was going or why. The action seemed to require motivation he did not possess, energy he could not locate. He stood, leaving the empty cup on the table. His legs felt stiff from sitting. He walked through the apartment, from the window to the kitchen to the bathroom and back. The movement was purposeless but necessary. The body required motion occasionally, even if the mind had nowhere to go. In the bathroom mirror, his face looked back at him. He studied it for a moment, trying to find something familiar, some connection to the person he remembered being. The features were correct. Eyes, nose, mouth, arranged in the expected configuration. But they seemed to belong to someone else, someone he was observing rather than inhabiting. He turned away from the mirror, went to the bedroom, sat on the edge of the bed. The sheets needed changing. He could not remember the last time he had changed them. The task felt enormous, requiring effort that exceeded his capacity. The sheets would remain as they were. The alarm was set for 6:45. Hours remained before it would sound. He could lie down, close his eyes, wait for sleep or the passage of time, whichever came first. Or he could return to the window, continue watching the empty street, bearing witness to nothing. He chose the window. Sitting there felt less like surrender than lying in bed did. It felt like a decision, even if the decision was simply to remain awake, to continue existing in the space between one day and the next. A sound came from the hallway. Footsteps. Someone walking past his door, their pace slow, deliberate. They paused outside his apartment. He held his breath, waiting. The footsteps continued. A door opened and closed. Mrs. Alvarez, perhaps, or the invisible resident of 3C, returning from somewhere at this late hour. The building had its own life, independent of his awareness of it. People came and went. They had purposes, destinations, reasons for moving through the world at hours when he sat alone watching empty streets. Their lives intersected with his only in the most tangential ways. Shared hallways, shared walls, shared building services. He would not knock on Mrs. Alvarez's door. He would not introduce himself to the resident of 3C. He would not attend the building meetings that notices in the lobby occasionally announced. These interactions were not necessary. They would complicate the simplicity he had achieved. The window showed him only what he already knew. The street was empty. The lights cycled. The buildings stood dark. Nothing changed because nothing was changing. Hours passed this way. He sat. The apartment breathed its familiar sounds around him. The refrigerator hummed. The pipes carried water from other apartments. The radiator clicked on, warming the room by imperceptible degrees. At some point, the darkness outside began to shift. Not sunrise yet, but the suggestion of it. The sky lightening from black to dark blue to gray. The buildings across the street became more defined, their edges emerging from shadow. The woman with the blue coat did not appear. The street remained empty of her presence, as it would likely remain tomorrow and the day after and all the days following. Martin watched until the alarm sounded. 6:45. He silenced it immediately, the practiced motion of his hand finding the phone without looking. 9 more minutes. He stayed at the window instead of returning to bed. The 9 minutes passed. The second alarm sounded. He silenced it, stood, felt the stiffness in his joints from sitting through the night, walked to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, looked at his face in the mirror and away again. The day would proceed as days did. Coffee, toast, the view from the window, the laptop opening, work arriving, work being processed, work being submitted, lunch, afternoon, evening, dinner. the long hours before sleep. Nothing would change. Nothing had changed. The night had passed, and everything remained exactly as it had been. He made coffee. The machine gurgled and hissed. The smell filled the apartment, the only thing that morning that contained any sense of difference, of newness. But even that was familiar, the same smell produced every morning by the same process. He poured the coffee into the cup, added milk, sat at the small table, looked down at the street where the woman with the blue coat used to walk, where now no one walked, where perhaps no one would ever walk again. The coffee was hot. He drank it slowly, feeling it warm him from the inside. The warmth was temporary but real. He focused on it, on the sensation of heat moving through him, on the small comfort it provided. Outside, the city was waking. Sound of traffic increased. People would be moving through their mornings, heading to places they needed to be, engaging with the world in ways he had stopped engaging. Martin sat at his window, drinking coffee that would eventually grow cold, watching a street that would remain empty of the familiar figures he had once relied on to mark time's passage. The day stretched ahead, then another day, then another, an endless succession of days that were all fundamentally the same, varying only in the smallest details, the most insignificant ways. He finished the coffee, washed the cup, left it in the rack to dry, opened the laptop. The screen illuminated, showing his desktop, the icons arranged in their usual places. An email notification appeared. Work had arrived. He began, and outside, the street continued its existence, with or without witnesses, with or without the woman in the blue coat, with or without anyone at all to notice its patient, unchanging presence. The sun rose fully. Light filled the apartment. The crack in the ceiling became visible again, branching like a river delta, unchanged, unchanging. And night would come again, as it always did, covering everything in darkness that asked nothing, expected nothing, simply arrived and then receded, making room for another day that would be just like this one. Time moved, or did not move. It was difficult to tell the difference anymore. And in the apartment on the third floor of the building that had stood there longer than anyone could remember, Martin Kress continued his quiet withdrawal from the world, so gradual that even he barely noticed it happening, so complete that soon there would be nothing left to withdraw. But not yet. Not quite yet. For now, there's work to do, coffee to make, hours to fill, the routine to maintain. And so he maintained it, day after day, until the days lost their names and their numbers and became simply time passing, unmarked and unremarkable. The journals of his life, written in repetition, in routine, in the slow erasure of difference. And the world outside continued without him, barely noticing his absence, filling the space he had occupied with other concerns, other people, other stories. While he sat at his window, watching the empty street, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing, and finding exactly that,